WALB News 10 presents Remembering President Jimmy Carter.
And happening right now, Jimmy Carter is back on Georgia soil for his final journey home to Plains. This is the ceremony just moments ago at Fort Moore, where the former president started the final leg of his tributes. Now today will end where it all began, Plains, Georgia.
What is normally a quiet and small town is packed with people from all over the nation now gathered to pay tribute. A live look here at downtown Plains as a final goodbye, as the nation prepares to say a final goodbye to its 39th president.
Now, after a funeral service, the Carter family will head to the home the Carters built in 1961, where Jimmy will be buried alongside his wife, Rosalind. We thank you for joining us as Georgia's only president returns home. I'm Carla Heath-Sands.
Hello to you. I'm Quillen Parker. Today is the National Day of Mourning for the former president who died at 100 years old on December 29th. Of course, we have a live team coverage this afternoon. Madison Foglio and Ashanti Isaac are live in the former president's hometown of Plains, where final goodbyes will soon start.
Afternoon. Yes, it's been a very busy day here in Plains. I've been here since about 3:30 this morning, and there has not been a moment where someone was not walking down the streets. People are coming from all over the nation here. But just to really summarize just how big of a moment this is, talk about the planning that goes into this. They started planning for this in the 1980s.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So security has been super tight all day. In fact, starting at 3:15, all roads from State Route 45 and Highway 280 from a mile from where Maranatha Baptist Church is and from Plains all the way out have been locked down. Secret Service has been here all day. And as you can see behind us, the cops are here from every sheriff department, every police department in Georgia has a representative here, just really paying respect to the former president. Security's pretty tight.
Yeah, definitely. We saw some of Georgia State Patrol passing through earlier this afternoon as well. We saw a lot of unmarked vehicles even just driving through the city of Plains, and it just kind of shows how many people are honoring the former president. It's actually an honor. Madison and I were just talking about it earlier, how it's just an honor just to be out here and actually walk the same streets that President Carter once walked and visit the same town that he once lived in, and then we know his body is going to be returned here again. We had a running joke earlier that said home is where the heart is, because it is a cliche, but that's truly who President Carter was. You know, every time he left, he came right back home to Plains. He left, he went to the Navy, he came back home to Plains. He left, he went to the White House, he came back home to Plains. Rosalind, she came back home with her husband, and now the two of them will be buried right here in Plains. So although it's cliche, it's definitely true. Home is where Jimmy Carter is.
Yep, home will forever be where Jimmy Carter is, and it's pretty amazing how, you know, normally presidents, the trend that's been recently is that they are buried in their presidential library, but he said, nope, I'm coming right back to Plains, and I think that was his last living legacy, his last living impact to Plains. It's really bringing him back here is going to bring tourism here and keep the town he loved so much up and running.
Yeah, we actually saw, we call him our little nephew or our little cousin, and we watched him grow up basically on the news every year. Whenever we came down here for the Peanut Festival, he would be one of the first people that we interview. He's dressed up in his all-American suit, and he's coming back out here to honor former President Jimmy Carter, and it shows that President Carter's legacy, it has an impact on every single generation. It's not just people who watched him or remember him as a president or people who remember him from his work after his presidency, but it's actually people who grew up learning about him and hearing about him. They have the library right down the street where they have coloring books about the former president and the first lady. So it shows how much his impact is definitely living on, his legacy. He said one time, you only have one life to live, so it's up to you what you do with that life. And it just shows over his 100 years, which is incredible to even witness somebody live that long. Over his 100 years, his legacy truly lives on through every single generation.
Yeah, and as his grandson jokingly closed at his remarks at the Carter Center was, that's a lot to cram in 100 years what he did. And very much so. I mean, just the resume of this man, but you would never know. He's just so humble with
Very.
everything he did. I mean, even in the White House, he'd be wearing cardigans around. He didn't want Hail to the Chief plate or anything like that. And people here just know him as Mr. Jimmy. Actually, my social studies teacher, who I haven't seen in 15 years from 7th grade, ran into him here. The man loves presidents. I thought, Mr. Gilroy, no way. True, he was here. And it's funny because he told me a story about how when Mr. Carter was 97, he drove by his compound and he saw him outside. So he waved and said, Mr. President, thank you for all you do. And apparently Jimmy Carter looked at him kind of like confused because here he's known as Mr. Jimmy. He was kind of taken back that someone called him president. So I thought that just says a lot about the person who he was.
Definitely. And one thing that everybody really says is just that he is a humble man, just like you said. And it just speaks to who he is as a person. And we all know that his Secret Service name was Deacon.
Yes.
And it's because he is so deeply grounded in his faith. And we know that he's going to be buried right up the street at Maranatha Baptist Church. And it just shows like just how much work that he's done with his faith. He is definitely a God-fearing man. And what we say, the song, let the work that I've done speak for me. And that's definitely something that President Carter did. You don't even have to say or list all of his accomplishments because it's literally seen in the lives of people in the city of Plains. It's seen around South Georgia. It's seen around the nation and even more so the world. You spoke with the Carter Center. Yes, for the guinea worm disease. How was that?
It was incredible. And as you'll see later, I talk about the passion that President Carter had because I was like, why guinea worm disease? And his answer was pretty remarkable. He was like, President Carter just got stuck on it, and he said because he knew he could solve it. There wasn't anyone giving attention to it. And that's one of those diseases where there isn't a vaccine for a cure. It's just spreading knowledge to countries that don't necessarily have the resources that we have here. President Carter took the time to provide those resources to those countries, and now it's down to just 11 guinea worm cases right now.
Wow.
Yep. Started out in tens of, actually millions, excuse me. It's a pretty remarkable story there. It's unbelievable.
And speaking of stories, we actually got a chance to speak to a lady who drove 5.5 hours from Florida to come here.
Very emotional.
Girl.
Very emotional.
Quinlan, Carla, let me tell y'all, she was getting emotional as she was reflecting on the life of the former president. And she just said that he's just such a humble and compassionate man. And she worked on the campaign. She came here, and it just shows that he is literally pulling in people from all over America today, and I think that that's just awesome. And I wish that everyone, just like she said, can take something from the former president's life and actually turn their lives into something like that. Be compassionate, be genuine, be hardworking, be so giving, and just a faithful person.
Yeah, faith again was a huge portion in his life. He always lived his life with principle over politics, and I think that carried with him throughout the legacy that he lived here, and of course as this president of the United States and his other political offices that he held. I mean, former President Jimmy Carter is just so loved here, and I think that the tribute here is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and we're going to see more of that tribute. Of course, we have our other team coverage down the road at Maranatha with Jamie, Lena, and Tristan. But for now, we're going to send it right back to you, Carla and Quinlan. What else can we expect while we're out here?
On it. Thank you so much. We are looking at people getting off of buses who are attending that service at Maranatha Baptist Church. Some people have been waiting for hours for the former president's arrival. This is video from earlier today as people made their way inside for today's service.
Now we want to go now and check at Maranatha Baptist Church live, where we find Jamie Worsley and Lena Allen. They have been there all day and watched as those people loaded off of the buses. And guys, just kind of set the scene for what it's looking like right now.
Gotcha. I mean, memorial service is fit for a man that gave so much back to this world. Like you said, people are already waiting in the church for former President Jimmy Carter's arrival, and it was just really somber, and we saw people hugging and just really trying to support each other in this time of loss, but also a time of celebration because we know that former President Jimmy Carter gave so much to this world. So many people are pouring in their support. We're here at the church now, and just right under the sign we're seeing some flowers just sitting there to pay tribute to the former president. But I want to talk about the memorial services that have been panning out all day. Of course, we know that the funeral services in Washington, D.C. did get pushed back about 75 minutes as people reflected up there, and of course President Joe Biden giving that eulogy. But we do know now that former President Jimmy Carter is on his way to his hometown of Plains, and of course when he gets here there will be a military flyover as he is carried into his church. And one of his wishes was that he be buried just before dusk. And of course, after the services here, he will be led to his home to be buried next to the love of his life, Rosalind Carter. Of course, all of these promises being fulfilled. We talked about this a lot today. These plans have been in place for many, many years, Jamie.
Yes, and one of the things that the former president knew from the very beginning is that he wanted his family and grandchildren involved in his service. And so today, the honorary pallbearers for the former president will be his grandchildren, female and male alike. As we know, the Carters were very progressive for their time. They believe in gender equality, and so they wanted all of their grandchildren to be represented and part of that service. Some other dignitaries that are going to be here, in addition to, of course, the immediate family, because this is a very intimate and reverent ceremony that's going to be happening here at Maranatha today. The governor of Georgia was invited, as well as state lawmakers for both the state level and, of course, representing Georgia at the federal level. Former members of the Secret Service and current members of the Secret Service who were assigned to the Carters as well. The National Park Service. We know that the National Park Service is near and dear to the Carters, as they established many national parks throughout the state and, of course, throughout the nation during their time in the White House. Also, staffers who worked with him in his administration in the White House, as well as those who knew him best here in his hometown of Plains, those that attended church with him, maybe his Sunday school services here at Maranatha Baptist, and those who have cared for him in his last 2 years while he has been in hospice care. Now, after they leave the church service here, they are going to be going to the Carter compound, as we know it at WALB, the home there, to be buried again next to his wife Rosalind. And we're going to be hearing from members of the family at that service as well. So again, a really touching moment and series of events that will all kick off here at Maranatha Baptist. Now, Lena, you have been here in Plains covering for days now, and you actually spoke to the Carters' personal pastor about the preparations here at Maranatha Baptist. You saw as this area was marked off with presidential tape. Tell me what the difference looks like today from yesterday.
I think the biggest thing is getting everything as perfect as everyone can to make sure that everything goes as seamlessly as possible. But the pastor was saying that this is one of the toughest things that he's going to have to do in his lifetime. Jimmy Carter was not only his fellow worshiper, but also family. He said that he looked up to Jimmy Carter as a father figure. He was there right by his side as he took his final breaths, and has been by his side throughout this final journey throughout the country. And it just really is hitting home for him as he prepares to give that final eulogy. But how do you give a final eulogy looking at the resume that Jimmy Carter has with all of his accomplishments? Well, he tells me that the biggest thing he wants to make sure to do is display Jimmy Carter's faith for the world to see, so that everyone can take an example and lead their life the same way that he did throughout these last 100 years. So it's definitely moving to watch everybody come together and give their stories and memories, because that's exactly what former President Jimmy Carter is leaving behind for us to reflect on, right?
Absolutely. And a big thing that they mention here at the church after each Sunday school lesson is the Carter Challenge. And that's ways to help people in the community, whether it's cutting grass for your neighbor, delivering a meal to someone you know who is in need. And so that legacy is going to continue both here at Maranatha Baptist and in the city of Plains as people remember their president from South Georgia, Jimmy Carter. Now, we are going to send things back in the studio to Carla and Quinlan.
All right, thank you so much. Well, today's event started, of course, with the funeral at Washington National Cathedral, that state funeral where lawmakers paid their respects to the nation's 39th president.
Now, the day started with the former president's casket leaving the Capitol building. The casket was then taken to the Washington National Cathedral. That service carried on past noon. Of course, we know that kind of put them back about 75 minutes behind schedule. Friends and family members remembered the former president from Georgia. We're going to let you hear some of those moments from the state funeral.
My father wrote this in 2015, and clearly he edited it a couple times since then, but here we go. Today we join in sadness to honor our dear friend President Carter for his extraordinary years of principled and decent leadership and his courageous commitment to civil rights and human rights. I remember the emergence of Jimmy Carter on the national stage, in particular his 1971 inaugural address. For the first time, a Georgia governor called for a commitment to the traditions of Martin Luther King Jr. and for the decency that his leadership stood for over his lifetime. I was surprised when then candidate Carter asked me to join him in 1976. He amazed me then, as he has every year since. He, of course, was brilliant. He also had a great sense of humor. And while we had only 4 years in the White House, he achieved so much in that time. It stood as a marker for Americans dedicated to justice and decency. Carter was a man of his word. I remember when he talked about the concept of the vice presidency. I told him I'd like to do it and had only 2 requests. I wanted to make a real contribution, and I didn't want to be embarrassed, as many of my predecessors have. He agreed, welcomed my full participation, and directed his staff to treat me as they would him. He was very careful to protect me from the frustration and too often humiliation that had cursed the lives of many vice presidents. I want to thank the President for the good choices he made with his key personnel. We don't have time to mention many of them, but Stu Eisenstadt comes as close as possible to rivaling President Carter's formidable work ethic. Hamilton Jordan and Jody Powell were blessings every day. To me, to the President, and to the nation. One of the things that dawned on me during the course of our time together is how well we worked together and how we understood each other. I think one of the realities was that Carter was a devout Christian who grew up in a small town and was active in his faith for almost every moment of his life. I was also a small town kid who grew up in a Methodist church where my dad was a preacher, and our faith was core to me, as Carter's faith was core to him. That common commitment to our faith created a bond between us that allowed us to understand each other and find ways to work together. He allowed me to take a leadership role on issues that never would have happened before. For instance, he directed and trusted me to take a central role in trying to bring decency to the Vietnamese and Southeast Asian boat people who were fleeing their country. With President Carter's orders, the boat people were picked up by our great Navy from their flimsy boats, which were capsizing, and taken to safety. Most became good American citizens working for a healthy and prosperous nation. Joan loved her time as the Second Lady. And we have Jimmy and Rosalind to thank for helping her champion the public arts and for just being so kind to her. These were good years for Joan and I. President Carter and I became very close friends. We often spent hours together throughout the day. We were working on real problems, not wasting time. The personal relationship we established while in office continued throughout our life. Carter was far-sighted. He put aside his short-term political interests to tackle challenges that demanded sacrifice. to protect our kids and grandkids from future harm. Very few people in the 1970s had heard the term climate change. Yet Carter put his presidency on the line to pass laws to conserve energy, deregulate new oil and gas prices, and invest in clean, renewable alternatives to fossil fuels. It wasn't a perfect program, but thanks to President Carter, U.S. energy consumption declined by 10% between 1979 and 1983. In many ways, he laid the foundation for future presidents to come to grips with climate change. Some thought he was crazy to fight so hard to pass these laws, but he was dead right, and we know that now. We also know that President Carter elevated human rights to the top of his agenda. Sometimes we forget how seriously he pushed to advance the rights of women. He proposed and signed the law extending the period for states to approve the Equal Rights Amendment. He appointed women to head the departments of Commerce, Education, HUD, and what is now HEW. Women on his White House staff played crucial roles in developing his highest priority energy and environmental proposals. And he dramatically increased the ranks of female circuit and district court judges, including Ruth Bader Ginsburg. In all, he appointed 5 times as many women to the federal bench as all of the previous presidents had from the beginning of our country. 2 decades ago, President Carter said he believed income inequality was the biggest global issue. More recently, in a 2018 commencement address at Liberty University, he said, "I think now the largest global issue is the discrimination against women and girls in this world." He concluded that until stubborn attitudes that foster discrimination against women change, the world cannot advance and poverty and income equality cannot be solved. Towards the end of our time in the White House, the President and I were talking about how we might describe what we tried to accomplish in office. We came up with a sentence which remains an important summary of our work. We told the truth, we obeyed the law, and we kept the peace. That we did, Mr. President. I will always be proud and grateful to have had the chance to work with you towards noble ends. It was then and it will always be the most rewarding experience of my public career. Thank you.
Of course, that was at this morning's state funeral at Washington, D.C., at the National Cathedral. And we are now focusing on Southwest Georgia once again because the private service for Jimmy Carter at his home church where he taught Sunday school will host this afternoon's funeral services. We are, I believe, going to take a look at Maranatha Baptist Church, and until we get, there we are, if you will talk about who is to be a part of this funeral service. Yeah, so of course we're going to have the Carter extended family, members of Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains area, Carter family friends, and I believe that may have been some of the people we were seeing get off that bus earlier, in that video that was shot earlier. Honorary pallbearers will be escorted into position at the end of the military cordon. Family other than the 4 children and their spouses will be escorted to their seats. The remains will then be received with a ceremony, and the honorary pallbearers, that being the Carter's grandchildren, they're going to then follow the casket
with the 4 children and their spouses walking behind them, with a song selection, How Firm, a foundation by the 2nd 82nd Army Band, Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And then again, they're going to have that private interment that's going to be at the Carter's residence. And then the family's going to have an option to either walk behind that motorcade as they go through the city of Plains, or go through Plains to get to the Carter residence. And so we saw some live images here on our end just a few moments ago. Casita, they just passed through Casita, and so they are taking the Preston way. So they're going through Preston. Of course, if you're familiar with going on 82, coming from Columbus, that area, you know, you have to go on 82. And so they're going to go through Preston, and then I believe they're going to get off 82 and then hit 280 to get to Plains. So kind of giving you a synopsis. They are kind of making up for time.
Yes,
they are moving right along.
Yes, they are. And we saw also earlier Ashanti and Madison in downtown Plains, and people were beginning to, you know, line the roadways there. Of course, security is there, so you need to know that. But again, the next major piece of this farewell to Jimmy Carter will take place at Maranatha Baptist Church.
And we're expecting them again to arrive hopefully at the church in about 30 minutes or so. Stay with us. We continue our coverage of remembering Jimmy Carter after this break.
Your body was not made in Detroit.
That's right, and you can't tell whether someone was hurt by looking at the car.
Don't let the insurance company fool you. Call Dozier Law.
We're here to help.
The beauty of sound is not something to miss. Call the Hearing Center at Albany ENT today to schedule an appointment.
Don't wait months for your new furniture. Railway Freight has the furniture you want in stock today. We have a huge selection of name brand furniture at low warehouse prices. Sofas and love seats, sectionals, recliners, in stock and ready for you. Mattresses, bedrooms, dining rooms, in stock and ready for you. New furniture arriving daily. And as always, Railway Freight delivery is fast and friendly. Railway Freight Furniture, Georgia's favorite furniture store for over 50 years. And remember, don't buy the wrong way, buy the railway.
Ride shares are incredibly convenient,
But you never know who you're riding with.
or their driving history.
If you get hurt using one of those services,
Call us here at the Dozier Law Firm.
we're here to help.
WALB News 10 presents Remembering President Jimmy Carter.
And again, you are looking at what actually transpired a little bit ago at Fort Moore as President Jimmy Carter was brought back to Georgia for his final journey. He is now on his way home to Plains. The ceremony at Fort Moore, where the
About an hour ago.
Yes, about an hour ago. And again, as you've been reminding people, they were running a bit behind today because of the service in Washington. But this is the final leg of his tribute. It will end where it all began, again, in Plains, Georgia.
Yeah, they were expected to get to Fort Moore this afternoon at 2 o'clock, but those funeral services at the Washington National Cathedral did go over time, and so that kind of put them back. But again, we're expecting them to arrive at Maranatha Baptist Church in about 30 minutes. And then the flyover, that's something important to note too. Instead of it being, I believe, after the internment, it's now going to be right before the actual service.
Okay.
Because I think they're getting there at 5. They're going to go ahead and do the flyover and then proceed on with the services, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, I'll let my producer correct, and we'll correct it.
We'll just double check on that. You know, we know Plains to be a quiet town, even though the Carters put the national and international spotlight on Plains, Georgia. Today, there are people, I've seen even some posts on Facebook from people here in Albany. They say that they're there in Plains to say farewell to Jimmy Carter. As we say, it's normally a quiet, small town, but people are gathering to say goodbye to the nation's 39th president.
Thanks for sticking with us now in the 4:30 half hour here as we continue to remember and honor the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter, Georgia's native son. After a funeral service, the Carter family will head to the home the Carters built in 1961, where Jimmy will be buried alongside his wife, Rosalind. Here's a live look now in downtown Plains. You can see lots of people there have lined the street. Also, during that procession, law enforcement agencies, they're going to be lining that procession on the street as well, kind of saluting to the former president as well. Today, a national day of mourning for the former president who died at 100 years old on December 29th.
WALB has had live team coverage really since early this morning on Today in Georgia. We continue that coverage this afternoon with Madison Foglio and Ashanti Isaac. They're live in the former saw another live shot of many people gathering, and there behind you there are people lining the streets there in Plains.
Yeah, and Madison, she's been there, like you mentioned, all morning.
Early this
Madison,
morning.
kind of walk us through when, you know, you started to see the influx of people come in.
Quinlan, Carla, I would say the real influx began around 7 a.m. this morning. And of course, we knew that 11 a.m. cutoff was when people could be here in Plains. But I think that was a little bit pushed back due to everything kind of being pushed back from what happened in Washington and all that. And I learned that one of President Carter's wishes was to be buried at sunset. So they are making it here as soon as they can, and we'll have more on that. But really the influx, like I said, around 7 a.m. or so, and just the first people I saw was Sumter Middle School FFA. And as we all know, or you may not know this at home, but Jimmy Carter's first elected position was actually in the FFA and also chairman of the Sumter County School Board. So to see that come full circle was unbelievable. And I asked the kids, I'm like, what made you want to come here? I'm like, you understand the history? And they're like, well, yes, but we also have been taking care of President Carter's garden, personal garden. They've been taking care of the plants for Rosalind Carter's butterfly trail that we know goes all throughout Plains. And, you know, we just want to continue that practice that of giving back and being just part of the community in that sense, and just to honor his legacy. I mean, they were the first ones here at 7 a.m. and I think that's pretty amazing because Jimmy Carter actually, he found his love for woodworking as part of being an FFA. Of course, he also found his love for woodworking back at his boyhood farm and everything. And we, I mean, that's also part of the reason why, like, woodworking was his outlet. Here's where I'm going with this, okay? It was his outlet. He saw Plains as his outlet. If you watch there was an old 60 Minutes interview where he talked about how, you know, even when he was at the Carter Center, like that was, you know, that was work. He always just looked forward to coming back to Plains and just enjoying the people here and all that.
And speaking of work, we all know that he was very instrumental at Maranatha Baptist Church. And some people may not know, but he actually was so instrumental that he would get out and cut the grass from time to time. Like they had like a schedule, and he would be going right out there and cutting the grass. And it just shows like the type of man that he was. Like he didn't think of himself as higher or better than anybody else. He was just a little peanut farmer from Plains, Georgia. And then speaking of people coming out here, I want to step out so that Foster can actually show everybody who's out here. Madison said that the FAA was out here and it was freezing cold earlier, like toes numb type cold, and we saw the media personnel out here, and then after a while we saw people starting to literally flock to downtown Plains, and now the area is full. And this is just a little snippet of what you can see in front of this "Thank you, Mr. President, God bless you, Jimmy Carter" sign. But on the opposite end, straight across over here across the street in the downtown area, it's full. It's full from the food trucks to the right to the signs down to the left, it's just a lot of people, and that's actually where the condolence letters are, where you can go ahead and write your condolences to President Jimmy Carter, and then his family will get it. So if you're out here and you're listening, you can go ahead and, you know, sign your condolences and share your last wishes with him. But it's getting packed down here, as I'm not even surprised, because, you know, President Carter, he just left a lasting impact here in the city of Plains, in the state of Georgia, and across the world. So a lot of people are out here trying to pay their last respects to him.
Absolutely, and we're going to send it right back to you guys, because we just want to continue our coverage and head over to the church.
Maranatha Baptist Church right now. Jamie Worsley and Lena Allen, they've been there all day, and let's talk about what is happening there. The services to begin shortly, and I know we saw people getting off the buses. Are you still seeing people enter the church?
Well, people are still waiting inside the church for former President Jimmy Carter's arrival. We did just get an update from the Carter Center. They tell us that he will be here at 4:45. The family will then line up in the church driveway, and there will be a flyover. That flyover is significance to a missing person, and they just want to pay tribute again to former President Jimmy Carter. And then, of course, they will go into the service, and then after that head to Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter's home, where he will be buried next to the love of his life. And of course, as we know, one of his wishes was to be married before dusk. So they're just really trying to get back on schedule here now and still properly reflect on the life and the legacy of our president here. And it's just been a tribute for a man that, again, gave back so much to the world, more than we can ever ask for. And just now his wish to carry on that legacy and just carry on that example for people to take after.
That's right, Lena. And a lot of that example will also be evident throughout the service today. We know that the former president was a man of faith, and so his funeral will be a final message to the world about getting ready for the afterlife. We know the last Sunday school lesson he ever delivered in the church behind us was about getting prepared to go to heaven one day, and he said he was ready. A lot of that joy and that celebration of his faith will be evident throughout the musical selections today. When he arrives here at Maranatha Baptist Church, the 282nd Army Band is going to be playing How Firm a Foundation, and as he leaves, they'll be playing Old Rugged Cross. And again, he's going to be taken from the church to his home, which we at WALB call the Carter Compound, to be buried next to his wife Rosalind, and their home will then become a national park. Their final contribution to the Plains area, bringing people back week after week, month after month. Previously, you know, Plains operated on a Sunday school basis. Their businesses were successful because of the Carters teaching Sunday school here at Maranatha Baptist. That legacy is going to continue on with their niece Kim Fuller leading Sunday school. That legacy is going to continue on through the Carter Center and the humanitarian work they're doing all across the globe. That work's going to continue through Habitat for Humanity, and that work is going to continue through the legacy that is built today with these funeral services.
I want to talk about the significance of, again, you talk about his faith. He was so grounded in a lot of significance throughout his life. We do know that Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter died on the Lord's Day, Sunday.
Yes.
And of course, a lot of significance in the actual church where, you know, Jimmy Carter taught Sunday school for 40 years. He actually crafted some of the woodwork that's inside that cross that will hang over his casket. He contributed to the church, and of course that cross once hanging over Rosalind Carter's casket, and he made collection plates. So really giving back to not just the community, but his faith, on which he used as a pillar to give back to the community. So a lot of significance in that faith base. It's really, again, moving to watch and just learn about the different stories that, again, he gave back through the name of the Lord.
Absolutely. And of course, Lena, you've also been in close contact with the Carter's personal pastor, who's going to be delivering remarks here today. The passage he has selected, I feel like, is a wonderful testament to all the things you just mentioned through Carter's life of service. It comes out of the book of Micah, the 6th chapter, 8th verse, and it says, quote, He has shown you, good man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. And that is the life and testimony of former President Jimmy Carter. And again, we are just honored to be here at a place that he called home, Maranatha Baptist Church, in his hometown of Plains. But we also know that this is not his forever home. The earth is not his forever home. He has a heavenly home now. He's been reunited with the love of his life, Rosalind Carter. And so to see this has just been a beautiful thing, and to see this service play out will probably be the pinnacle of our journalism careers. And so again, we are just blessed to be here in Plains, bringing you this live coverage as your hometown news source. Lena, let's go back over that schedule of events, because there have been some changes, as we have even been out here in the last hour hearing that they are expected to arrive here in the next 5 minutes for the services to begin. So Lena, can you walk us through once more that schedule change?
Right, they're telling us that he will get here at 4:45. The family will then line up in the driveway of the church, and then there will be that flyover to pay tribute to, of course, the former president. They will then go and do the funeral service, where a lot of prayers, a lot of the musical selections and all of that will play out. And then they will go to the Carter's home, where he will be buried just before sunset. They're a final wish that he wanted as he was planning out these funeral services so many years ago. And of course, all of this planned out for several years, as we have been saying all day. It's all coming together. I'm sure he's smiling down, knowing that a lot of the wishes that he did request are being fulfilled, not just of those involved in funeral services today, but of his family, his pastor. I mean, his pastor telling me one of the promises that he's making is staying by his side from when he took that final breath to this final journey throughout the country. And so it's just really moving to once again watch all of this, and an honor to be here this close to watch all of it as well.
Yes, and I believe we do have some video of Plains right now as people line the procession that the former president is going to be taking through his hometown on his way here to Maranatha Baptist. We again are waiting for that procession and motorcade to arrive. I do want to mention the intimacy and reverence of this service is something we at WALB want to respect, and they have asked all of us, all of the media here at Maranatha Baptist, to stay silent throughout the entire arrival of the motorcade as the family and friends gather and enter into the church and during that flyover ceremony. So we will continue to bring you live coverage, but you might not hear us anchoring over these live shots. So again, we just want to make sure everyone at home is watching and understands we are going to be here and that we are going to continue that live coverage, but that we are going to be respectful during that time as well.
Exactly. Right. Just a time to reflect and take that final moment to say goodbyes. I know there's a lot of people that have traveled near and far that are downtown right now just waiting to get as close as they can to say those final goodbyes and salute a man that just gave so much back that we can't thank him enough for. There's no amount of time or effort that we can put into thanking him, but this was a beautiful tribute that I'm sure, again, he's smiling down on today.
Absolutely, and Lena makes a good point that the condolences and letters of support for the Carters continue to come in even now. You can leave your message of condolence on our website, WALB.com. We have all the steps to do that. There's also touching tributes throughout the city of Plains and even here at Maranatha Baptist, flowers laid out by the church's sign. So again, the community support has just been amazing, and the support from all of you thanking us for our coverage means so much to us as we have continued to cover the Carters as their hometown news source for the past 70 years. It's just been a great honor of ours at WALB as well. Again, we are waiting for that motorcade to arrive here at Maranatha Baptist. Once it does, we will be stepping aside and, of course, taking in the service with you all. Lena, what are you most anticipating about the service today and about the arrival of the president's family and closest friends?
I think really that flyover is going to be a touching moment. The significance of it, what it means, missing a person. We won't just be missing, of course, Jimmy Carter, but of course Rosalind Carter, as we have for the past year. But we are just reflecting in on their legacy and remembering what they have done for us for the past few decades, and it really is just a great moment to take in here at the church, and I'm sure as you all are watching at home. But we want to send prayers to the family during this time of loss, and there's a lot of people in the church as we speak getting ready to take that reflection, and we are praying for them as well.
Yeah, let's talk about that guest list of people that are inside Maranatha and those that are on the way. Obviously, the state funeral has been well attended by thousands across the United States, but this particular service, private for the most intimate of family, friends, former White House staffers and Secret Service members. Of course, there are to be those who cared for the Carters in his last moments, and in Rosalind's last moments in hospice care as well. So again, we're going to be bringing you that coverage and respecting their privacy at the same time.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it looks like they're lining up here. We're now watching as some officials are walking out towards the roadway and getting ready for that moment that, of course, former President Jimmy Carter will be coming to his church, his second home, and they are getting ready to do that as we speak.
We're going to step aside and take in the service with all of you watching from home.
All right, Jamie and Lena out there live at Maranatha Baptist Church. Thank you. And of course, that live image there, once the motorcade gets to Maranatha, and again, they were saying it should be here at least any moment now. They should arrive at the church. There will be another ceremony, and this is something that we've seen from when they arrived at the Carter Center, when they arrived or left the Carter Center. Anywhere they arrived or departed, there was a ceremony.
Right.
And so that's going to continue even here at Maranatha Baptist Church. The 2nd 82nd Army Band, you see them there lining up and kind of processing, getting ready for the ceremony. Of course, again, it's going to be 4 ruffles and flourishes and hail to the chief. And then the band is going to play, following the honors, How Firm a Foundation. And then on the first note of that hymn, the body bearer team is going to march through the honor cordon to the front doors of Maranatha Baptist Church. The order of march is going to be National Color, Clergy, Body Bearer Team with Carter's Remains, Presidential Color, Honorary Pallbearers being the Carter's grandchildren, and immediate family with a military escort. To give you a little heads up into what we can expect from this service today, of course, procession, that's going to be with music by Carol Anderson, a prayer by Ashley Guthis, who is the pastor of Maranatha, U.S. Navy Sea Chanters singing America the Beautiful, scripture reading by Hugo Wenzel, a solo music by Joanna Maddox, accompanied by Stan Whitmer of singing Let There Be Peace on Earth, and then remarks by Tony Loudon, personal pastor of former President Jimmy Carter. A hymn is going to be sung by all, Blessed Be the Tie, a prayer, the Lord's Prayer, and then U.S. Navy Sea Chanters, Eternal Father, Strong to Save, another selection, and then a benediction by Pastor Loudon.
You know, I'm reflecting. I believe they're about to start playing, but when I hear them, I will be quiet. But I wanted to say, one of the last times we saw President Jimmy Carter was at Rosalind's funeral. She died November 19th of 2023 at 96. And he attended those services there at Maranatha, and I just remember him, being rolled out with the family. But he was a part of that as well.
And it looks like they may be just taking position right there, standing guard, waiting for that motorcade to arrive. But you mentioned there, Rosalind, we've heard it from even Lena and Jamie out there at the church talking about Rosalind. And I've said it time and time again, and I think I'll continue to say it. You can't talk about Jimmy without talking about Rosalind. The adage says, beside every good man is a greater woman, and that's what Rosalind was to him. She was always by his side, not behind, not in front, but beside him. She did some great works too. They did great works together.
Yes. Of course, she was dedicated to women's rights and mental health. And of course, she has the Rosalind Carter Institute there in America's Sumter County, and that institute helps people all over the country.
Oh, yeah.
This is not just a Georgia, institute. They bring in people. They are, the time I visited with them, they were giving awards for in different categories for people who had helped in, helping out family members and giving that care that is so tough.
Yeah.
And they themselves have recently had to, lean on along with their family, helping with their care. But there were also caregivers who provided that care. And so the Rosalind Carter Institute recognizes and celebrates caregivers, and they give support. They have workshops, all of those types of things. And that is thanks to former First Lady Rosalind Carter.
So again, if you're just now joining us, we are preparing now to expect that motorcade to arrive at Maranatha Baptist Church, home church of the Carters for many, many years. And something that I thought about earlier as Madison and Ashanti was talking, or really when Madison first introduced, when she started to see people flow in, I thought about how we started here in Plains. The commemoration ceremonies, everything started here, and everything is ending here. And that's something that Mr. Carter, was long-standing for. That's something that he wanted. Yeah, that was the plan. That was the plan.
They wanted to, both of them wanted to come home. And when you talk about that team, going back to that teamwork, when you saw him out there with a hammer, she was out there with Habitat for Humanity. And when he traveled internationally, when they were visiting, various countries and helping, doing that work with the guinea, to eradicate the guinea worm disease, she was there. Yeah. So they were true partners in all of that work and working with the Carter Center.
Once again, reunited. Once that motorcade arrives here, and just like I mentioned, any moment now, they're going to have that ceremony. But before they go inside of the church, they're going to have the flyover. And so the U.S. Navy will conduct a missing man formation flyover in honor of former President Carter's naval service and time as a commander-in-chief shortly before that service starts at Maranatha.
And you know what I just learned? I'm just looking around at different tidbits of information about Rosalind. I did not realize, I knew that he had received the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1999, but she received that same Medal of Freedom alongside her husband. Oh, wow. So the two of them received, so I'm sure when they got home, I've got one, you've got one, but I mean, because they were, humorous. Yeah. And I still, even after today, that image that Jason painted of his grandfather coming to the door, I know I've repeated this again, with 70s short shorts on and Crocs. This is the president, and he's like, let me open the door, and here I am, just as I am, But I'm sure that they were competitive, and I also say that about the medals because they were competitive, and they said even when Mrs. Carter, was on a walker, she was on the compound racing, the Secret Service or members of the family. So she was very, very competitive. Yeah. So I'm sure that they had fun with those medals.
Indeed.
Still awaiting. The motorcade is approaching, we understand. It's near. And again, these ceremonies, these are some of the final ceremonies to take place in honoring President Jimmy Carter.
Of course, we know his health began to deteriorate, and so it's been a while since he I'm sure, would just go to the church to be in attendance. The last time he was there, of course, being at Rosalind's funeral. So, we talk about final times, the one last time, the final time at the Carter Center, final time in the Capitol in the Rotunda, final time in Washington, a final time touching down in Georgia, final time here at Maranatha. And I know earlier we got a little emotional.
I did,
because it's so surreal. It's so surreal, and I think it's kind of really settling in for everyone.
Just to get at attention.
Well, again, they had planned many, many years ago, and once he was placed in hospice, we were planning,
Yeah.
because just like that community there of what, 500 to 600 people, we knew this day was coming. And then when you think about, you know, this man was in our midst. He never family, so wherever he went, he and somebody was talking about home, you know, him coming home. Plains, Georgia is where his heart.
Yeah.
So home is where the heart is.
Yeah.
His heart is there in Plains, Georgia, and so he's returning home.
Indeed, the celebration for, I would say, a gentle giant. A gentle giant. I don't think this could have, you know, gone any better. I don't think it could have been any greater. You know, the moments that we watched, they were very impactful, very strong. Go out to Ashanti and Madison. They're live in downtown Plains. That motorcade, guys, is getting close.
That's right, Quinlan and Carla. Yeah, the motorcade is definitely getting close. We actually heard officers tell other officers, hey guys, it's time to get in attention. That's why if you take a look at what you're seeing, you can see some officers facing us, because that's what they're going to be doing as the presidential motorcade and the family comes through. Also, if you're taking a look at some residents and Plains and visitors who are coming here to pay their final respects to the former president, line up in the streets, and everybody is looking down to the east where the motorcade will be coming through Madison.
Yeah, the motorcade is going to be coming from Jimmy Carter's compound through the downtown area, and again, it's going to turn on North Bond Street from Main Road and all the way over to Maranatha Baptist Church, and we're understanding the flyover is expected in about 3.5 minutes or so, so that will indicate that the motorcade is close. And also, just to give you an idea of what the flyover is going to look like, it's going to be a 21 gun salute with a 21 F-8 fighter jets in a Hornet formation, and they're going to be in diamonds. So you're going to have one in the front. There's going to be 5 diamonds of 4, and like Quinlan mentioned, that missing man formation, you're going to see one of the planes go right up into the sky, and you won't see that one again, and that is to honor his naval service, and we should be hearing that shortly. Hearing and seeing is something you can't miss. They'll be flying 1,000 feet over, but we're noticing people are starting to get a little more quiet out here than they were before, and I think that means the motorcade is quickly approaching. Shanti?
Yeah, that's definitely right, Madison. The atmosphere is starting to change now. You know, earlier it was definitely about just, you know, celebration and laughs and excitement out here because, you know, we have a president being buried right here in South Georgia, born and raised, and, you know, coming back home. But as you can see now, we're taking a look down the street right now, guys. The motorcade is
right now.
here. So as they come out, we understand that the family will be getting out of the motorcade and walking along this procession route as well. And it just kind of goes to speak again to who the Carters are, who they were, and their legacy that will live on in our lives. So as they get ready to come around the street, we did see a sheriff's car just pull up here, and that means that they are definitely coming. But again, that atmosphere out here is definitely changing to somber and honor and a little bit of quietness. So of course, we're going to follow suit as people are paying their final respects. You just saw a car pass right in front of it, and that's what we expect to kick off the motorcade as the family and the friends of Jimmy Carter, they walk to Maranatha Baptist Church. Madison?
Yeah, again, any moment now that motorcade is coming again from his compound all the way to making that left onto North Bond Street, if you know where that is, up to his church where that flyover expected in the next 3 to 2 minutes or so. We will be keeping you updated. Right now, we're kind of all just waiting for it to come in. That car was a signal that it was a security car, so what that means is that they are definitely at least in the proximity soon, so we should be seeing something soon.
Yeah, we see some police lights going on. The police lights are definitely still ringing off a little further down where the Maranatha Baptist Church is. And so we do know that the family is coming. And of course, you know, we're going to keep you updated. But again, I just think that it's just an awesome thing that they're walking the streets because, I mean, like I said earlier, these are the same streets that former President Jimmy Carter walked on. And to know that his family will get out of the car and walk here just to show their respects to the people in Plains and across the state who have come to pay their last respects to the president, it just speaks to their character character. It speaks to their humility. It speaks to them saying, hey, we're just like you, just like how former President Jimmy Carter was. Oh, Madison just got excited because she saw something. Madison, what did you see?
The motorcade is coming. I'm starting to see police lights coming down Main Street right now. So once those lights come a little closer to us, we will send it back to you out of respect for the family.
Yeah. And again, we see a police car coming, and you guys should see it as the Georgia State Patrol vehicle, and you should see it shortly in camera frame. Again, we're looking behind where the media is set up, and across the street is still those supporters and residents and people from Plains and across the world who came down here to pay their respects. Madison?
Yeah, we're starting to see more of an influx of Georgia State Patrol. We're seeing more of an influx of Georgia State Patrol, and the motorcade is starting to come
Madison,
by.
Ashanti, I want to ask you a quick question before that motorcade comes down. I know you were talking about anticipation from the crowd. Kind of talk and walk me through how you all are feeling, knowing that, again, the remains of former President Jimmy Carter are getting ready to come through downtown Plains.
I'm feeling humbled to be a part of history. I'm feeling honored, and it's just a surreal moment to welcome the president back home to where his life started 100 years ago.
For me, it's just a little bit more surreal. You know, I'm not from America. I'm not from this country. So we only read about, you know, some of the work that he did in history books from another country, or we only know surface level stuff about presidents. And then when you come here and you start to do coverage on it, because he is South Georgia's president, he is from Plains. And, you know, we have these assignments where we go to Plains and we interview the Carters and we interview the Carter Center, and we find out more and we learn more as we, you know, do our job. It's kind of surreal to actually be in this moment, and it's like Madison said, a humbling experience to know, like, we get to be here to share that coverage, and it's just, I don't even know how to describe it. I'm getting a little bit choked up and a little bit emotional about it, because I feel like if I learned the true Jimmy Carter from my job, which I am so grateful for, and it's just a surreal experience.
I think it's absolutely beautiful, the turnout we've seen, as you mentioned, just from the start of this state funeral in America. It's just down the road from here. It was absolutely beautiful to see. I was there that chilly Saturday morning, and it was full. No one cared how cold it was or anything. They were all there to pay their respects. I am starting to hear the motorcade come, so I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, guys, we can actually hear the military salutes going off, so we're going to get a little quiet as we respect the former president coming through town for the last time.
Shantae, Madison, thank you. And of course, we're going to be here as that motorcade comes through, and it looks like there it is, the motorcade beginning with those law enforcement motorcycles. And anytime you see that, you know that the motorcade is not too far behind.
They're leading.
Yeah. And even Madison mentioning, you know, Saturday when we first saw the first procession of Mr. Carter going through Plains and then going to his boyhood home. I was also down there in downtown Plains, and you know, of course, people would be talking and, you know, remembering him and, you know, thinking of memories and different things like that. But as the motorcade continued to get closer, it was kind of like everybody stood still.
A change of mood.
Felt
there we are.
change.
There is President Jimmy Carter, James Earl Carter Jr., back in Plains, Georgia. The 100-year-old former president, former Georgia governor, former state senator, former school board member and chair. Back home, he has made Plains, Georgia, Southwest Georgia, Georgia proud.
Oh, man.
We are so proud.
Look at that. That is remarkable. That is amazing just to see all those people lined on the street.
On a cold day. Cold day. And it was cold in Washington as well, colder, along with the snow. And again, it turned out to be a beautiful day.
Yeah.
There was lots of sunshine with the beautiful snow there. But people still stood in long lines to view him, to see him once again in the rotunda in our nation's capital. Very, very special.
So
very
as
special.
Pass through downtown Plains, they're now going to go past Plains High School, Old Plains High School. That's going to be over there on the right side. Then they're going to take that corner, and then they'll be at Maranatha Baptist Church, where the family is going to line up, and then they're going to have that fly over. I was also thinking seems like it was just yesterday. We celebrated his birthday, his 100th birthday, had a flyover for his birthday.
Yes.
That was, to, honor the former president, a formation flyover there. But this time now it's for, to honor him as the commander-in-chief and as for his naval service. So just a very surreal moment.
And I can just imagine, the young people in those crowds. And I know I keep going back to young people because I try to reflect on things that I saw and witnessed when I was, much younger, and how they've stuck with me. And one day they will be able to tell, their family members, maybe their children, I was there when they brought the former president home to Plains, Georgia. I was there with my family, and we got to see him and his family. So this is history.
It is.
This is history.
Indeed.
This is the only time that we've had this experience of bringing a president back home to Georgia because he was the only president from Georgia.
And it speaks here to South Georgia, rural Southwest Georgia.
Growing up with no electricity.
No running water.
No running water.
The motorcade just arriving, the hearse there, getting ready to pull into Maranatha Baptist Church. There again is going to be a ceremony where there will be a 21-gun salute along with the honor guard.
The band will be playing, and then we'll have that flyover with the missing man formation. I'm just remembering what Madison mentioned about him mowing the grass. He was on the rotation, It's my week to mow the grass, and so you're here, sir, back at the church you love so much.
Yeah. Of course, we know it's been a very emotional, sure, just week or two for the Carter family, especially today. We saw lots of emotions from the children, of course, Amy. Of course, we're thinking of all of them during this time, again, as we get ready to say our final goodbye to former President Jimmy Carter. I wouldn't necessarily say goodbye, just to see you later.
Yes, yes. And we will get to visit both of them sometime this summer when the compound becomes a part of the National Park Service, and visitors will be welcomed from all over the globe.
Yeah. See now the Carter family exiting from their vehicles. And just as soon as they get lined up, then that's when we are expecting that flyover. Then following that flyover, we will then see the family proceed into the church for the private funeral services, expecting some esteemed guests, including the Carter extended family, members of Maranatha Baptist Church, Plains area, Carter family friends, along with the Governor, Brian Kemp. We're also expecting state representatives, state senators. Also, we know that there were some extended family that traveled also with them to Washington. There are going to be some other guests who will be joining in the private funeral services.
I believe some of the caretakers.
Caretakers, yes.
I know we have repeated and heard a lot of scripture throughout the day, not only today, but throughout the time since his passing, but that was such a huge part of his life and of his being. You know, he was a Christian man.
Yeah.
And speaking of being by his side, again, his personal pastor, Tony Loudon, and the Navy chaplain, they were there from Phoebe Sumter They went to Washington, they went to Atlanta, they went to Washington, and now they are back in Plains.
That Navy chaplain Judy Milano, and we also know that she was with the Carter family and Pastor Loudon during Mrs. Carter's funeral services, and also during that private service for Mrs. Carter, she also sang a solo at the service as well.
And walked. Okay, so what the flyover is approaching, it's getting close, and so when you hear us just stop talking, we want you to have the opportunity to hear that as well. So we understand that it's getting very, very close.
Yeah. Something else to know, of course, we were talking about planning, and of course, Mr. Carter and Mrs. Carter, they were intimately involved with the Joint Task Force National Capital Region in planning this when they started back in 1986. Something that I heard earlier today was that he wanted the burial to be close to dusk, and so that's why we're seeing the late funeral service here this evening. Of course, not this late. I think we were expecting to already be in the service around this time.
At 5:20 originally it was supposed to take place.
Yeah, we were expecting them to get to the residence at around 5:20 for that private internment that's happening. But again, that flyover expected to happen now in about a minute. And of course, well before it gets to the location, I'm sure you will be able to hear it.
Guys, you guys can hear, the applause in the background. Blake, Quinlan, Carla. It just was incredible to watch out here. Definitely incredible. I don't even know if we're live.
We understand that military flyover, the participants were based out of Norfolk, Virginia, coming to us from Jacksonville, Florida. Another tribute to James Earl Carter, Jr.
Beautiful, beautiful, breathtaking. And again, that flyover in honor of former President Carter's naval service and time as Commander-in-Chief. The U.S. Navy conducted that flyover and a missing man formation there. And so now we're expecting for a brief ceremony to, of course, take place as they prepare to take Mr. Carter's remains inside of Maranatha Baptist Church, where we're expecting that private ceremony to happen here at any moment. The ceremonial troops are going to render honors and present arms and render honors, 4 ruffles and flourishes, and hail to the chief. And then, of course, we're also going to hear from the 2nd 82nd Army Band as they begin to play How Firm a Foundation.
Again, all of the musical selections throughout the week selected by Rosalind Carter, and they just are symbolic of their faith and their love for people and for humankind.
And we mentioned this earlier this afternoon, lots of preparation, lots of even practicing. Yesterday, they were set up in Plains. Lena Allen did that story yesterday, and talking with the pastor, getting prepared for this ceremony here in Plains today. Lots of planning. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that may be Miss Prince, Miss Mary Prince, who
she went as the nanny to
the,
Washington, D.C., falsely prosecuted here in Georgia. I think you said Stewart County, was it?
Yeah, she was from Stewart County. Yep. But
Rosalind brought her in to the governor's mansion, and then she went on with the family to Washington, D.C.
And a little bit about that, it happened back in April 1970. She was at a bar in Stewart County when her cousin got into an argument with another woman. And according to her at the time, she went outside, heard a gunshot, and saw her cousin and another woman struggling over the gun. And so I'm assuming, of course, that's how, you know, her being wrongfully convicted of murder, how that came about. But that didn't stop Mrs. Carter from establishing that friendship, and then now ultimately her becoming family.
Redemption, all the story, you know.
So now we're expecting that ceremony to get started here in just a moment as we see the casket being positioned for the military to come and receive the remains of Mr. Carter. For those who are in downtown Plains, that was not their final time of seeing the procession and the family and Mr. Carter. Of course, they're going to have to go back through that same route that they came to get to the church to go to the Carter's residence. Of course, like we've been mentioning, the compound where that private interment is going to take place. And I believe we may have some coverage of that, if I'm not mistaken, as well, of that private interment that's going to be at the Carter residence. Taking you, all right, we're taking you live now into Maranatha Baptist Church, and you can see there those invited guests that include Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, State Senator, State Representative, Mayor of Plains, Carter family, members of Maranatha Baptist Church and friends, and of course we know that following this service will be the private interment, and that's going to include the immediate family for Mr. Carter, longtime Carter personal staff, Dr. and Mrs. Michael Raines, of course the personal physician for the Carters, 10 aides who cared for the President and Mrs. Carter in their final years as well. We'll also hear musical selections from David Osborne, who is a longtime favorite pianist of the Carters. We know he was at Mrs. Carter's homegoing or funeral there in Atlanta, and he will be here as well at Maranatha, and will be a part of the procession out.
We, of course, interviewed Tony Loudon earlier this week, and he said, you know, Miss Roseland, as he referred to her, that service was difficult. She could be tough, and he wanted to do that one right. But he said this one was tougher.
Yeah.
Because he really had that bond with the former president.
So there again, we do see most of the immediate family has already been seated, except the 4 children and their spouses, of course, will be on the front row there. And then Mr. Carter's remains will be moved inside of the sanctuary. And just to give you a rundown or order of the service, there's going to be a prelude with the Maranatha Baptist Choir, along with the organist Carol Anderson. There is going to be a prayer by Ashley Guthis, who's the pastor of Maranatha. Music selection by the U.S. Navy Sea Chanters, America the Beautiful. A scripture reading by Hugo Wenzel. A solo by Joanna Maddox, accompanied by Stan Whitmere, Let There Be Peace on Earth, and remarks there from Pastor Tony Loudon, personal pastor of the Carters. A hymn sung by all, Blessed Be the Tie, the Lord's Prayer, another selection by Eternal Father, Strong to Save, by, I should say, U.S. Navy Sea Chanters, and then the benediction by Tony Loudon, Pastor Tony Loudon.
And then they will have the recessional and start their journey, his last journey.
Back through Plains.
Back through Plains and to his final resting place next to Rosalynn Carter, where it all began.
Yeah. And I mentioned Carol Anderson. I was trying to find it here. She is the longtime organist for Maranatha Baptist Church. Most of the hymns used throughout the state funeral ceremonies were selected from the Maranatha hymnal.
And I believe she is beginning.
Yes.
Please be seated. Peace. Salam. Shalom. We are here to honor the life of President Jimmy Carter, a faithful partner to Rosalind, un padre orgulloso, a proud parent to Jack, Jeff, Chip, and Amy, a gifted poet, a neighbor in this tiny, peanut-loving town of Plains, and a global peacemaker. In this sacred space, filled with red velvety pews and feet planted on green carpet, we are united in our humanity, in our need to love and be loved. Though our stories and proximity differ, we are here because we have been impacted by the earthly presence of this remarkable human, a leader who used his power not for selfish gain, but humbly in service of all. Would you please join me in prayer? Creator, we are gathered here today with souls stripped naked with grief and silent tears of memories trickling down our faces. We know death is inescapable, and yet, when it arrives, we often are ill-prepared for the weight of its reality upon our chest. May we be attentive, tender, and protective of one another, as collectively we have been draped in a blanket of sorrow. Exhaustion has been an unwelcome companion for days. Our eyesight is blurry, our emotions frail, and our steps feel unsteady. May we ease one another's pain with tangible, skin-to-skin love, like fingers interlocking, arms wrapped in a warm embrace, and kisses on foreheads. When we lock eyes with one another, may only the language of comfort be exchanged. On our darkest days, help us to trust that hope is on the horizon. May we extend grace to ourselves as we navigate the days ahead. And when our eyes readjust and our steps feel more secure, let us again join in the work set before us, for we have been called to action. We will reap what we sow. The seeds of equality, justice, humility, and freedom were planted by President Carter and Rosalind, and they are now ours to tend, here in Plains, in the United States, and in the world. May tyrants tremble as the soil beneath them is disrupted, for our hands are on the plows. May we loosen our grip, God, on the labels that we place on ourselves and on others, so that we may see the sacred worth of each and every human, following the example set before us by Jesus and by Jimmy Carter. Whether we are clad in a hijab or kippah, wearing a cross or bindi, we are each a divine masterpiece. The Lord does not look at the outer appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. So, Spirit, awaken us to the breathtaking mystery of your indescribable and uncontainable love. Love known by many names. Love that longs to be at home within us. As Mr. Jimmy would pray, may our lives be meaningful in the enhancement of the lives of our fellow human beings, and may we never grow weary of waging peace. Amen.
He has showed you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God.
I take, let this be my solemn vow to take each moment and live each moment with peace eternally. Let there each moment with peace eternally. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me. Let it begin with me. There be peace.
Praise the Lord, everybody. Somebody say hallelujah. Hallelujah. And wake the church up. It's been a long ride. We've taken JC all across the country to D.C. in the cold, in the wind, on Air Force One, to the Capitol, and back here to planes at home. Amen. Would you pray with me first, please, before I speak over my friend? Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, I just thank you for this opportunity. I pray, God, that your will be done today. Hide me behind the cross, God. May the people be blessed by you and not impressed by me. Comfort this family, God. Comfort all the friends, all the staff, all those that played a part in this great man's life. Comfort the family more than anything. Comfort Maranatha Baptist Church, God. Give them hope. Allow them to stand on their faith. Comfort those that are standing alongside the roads waving flags and honor your great servant. Father, we give you the credit and all the glory. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. Last Sunday, our God called the Sunday school teacher home. This ex-president, the governor, the senator, Jason Pop, he called him home on Sunday. Today we honor the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter, a man of faith, courage, and conviction. From his humble beginning as a Georgia farmer to his incredible accomplishments as commander-in-chief, President Carter embodied the ideas of a life of service. In 1979, America was divided. President Carter gave a speech, Crisis in Confidence, where we had a confidence problem in our government leaders. He challenged America to recover the sense of unity and purpose that binds people together. In true Jimmy Carter fashion, I believe it's only fitting that his transition into heaven coincides with a pivotal transition taking place in our nation today. Right before we swear in Congress, right before we have an inauguration, and right before we get an opportunity to pick a new government. President Carter is still giving us a lesson today on faith and hope while the world picks new leaders. President Carter has given us a lesson today on faith and hope to be the guardrails of our democracy, the guardrails of everything that we do. Whether it's building houses, whether it's helping the homeless, whether it's feeding the poor, whether it's giving clean water to those in Africa, faith and hope should be our guardrails to everything that we do. The greatest forces of human spirit, faith and hope, often seems so elusive from all of us. We see all in the media all the different things that takes place, and we wonder whether or not we have faith and hope and whether it's going to bring change about in our nation. President Carter remind us today that we can make a difference, that we can stand forward and make change in our nation and around the world. As I think about President Carter's unwavering commitment to serve our nation with faith and hope, his covenant to spread joy is a testament to his character and his leadership. He advocated for justice, fairness, and equality for all people, regardless of race, creed, or gender in America, all around the world. He championed civil rights, worked tirelessly to end discrimination and protect the environment, and urged us to lend a hand. He knew what it was like to live in public housing, because after he got out of the military, right down the road here, he ended up living in public housing. And he was grateful to a nation that gave him a place called home. And later on, those same circumstances, years later, he had very, very different circumstances where he ended up back in public housing called the White House. He would find himself in public housing once again. He was a servant leader who was called by two books. When I think about President Carter, taking his left hand and raising his right hand and making a covenant with his God, that he would serve this nation and serve it well. He was called by two books. There's a big book standing outside of the Carter Center, his office in Atlanta. This big, massive book, Curtis. It's so big you wouldn't want to pick it up. But it's a big book, and it talks about the duties of the president, Jack. This book tells him when to appoint the Supreme Court justice. This book tells him about carrying out the duties of a president. This book tells him all the things that he should do as the president of the United States. But there's another book, the book that he put his left hand on when he was a state senator, the book that he put his left hand on when he was an officer in the Navy. Jan, the book that he put his hand on when he became governor of Georgia. That same book that he put his hand on when he became the president of the United States. That book that taught him about faith and hope. That book taught him about loving your neighbor. That book that taught him about there should be no discrimination in our country. That book that allowed him to go around and talk about, I can build homes in America for the poor. Why? Because my Savior has already built a mansion for me. That book that gave him hope when he fell. That book that gave him hope when he had cancer. That book that taught him about the love, taught him about Genesis, taught him about Exodus, taught him about Revelations, but more importantly, taught him about Galatians. Galatians chapter 5, verse 22 to 23. And it reads this. Congressman Bishop, it says, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And some of you will catch this later on when you go up to the Carter Center and look at the big presidential book. If you have no faith, you have no hope, you have no love, you have no joy, and you don't have the fruits of the Spirit, against it there is no law. You see, when President Carter took office, the outlook for the nation was deeply divided by strife and sharp political division. It sounds like we're there today, where we need the fruits of the Spirit, where we need love, where we need joy, where we need long suffering, where we need peace, temperance, where we need meekness and faith, because against this, there can be no law for our nation. If we have not any of these fruits of the Spirit, then maybe we should just take off the words "in God we trust" on our currency. But Jimmy Carter, in the years since, America has often reflected on the turmoil of the era, which many focusing on perceived a lack of a moral compass in the political arena. A lot of the experts will judge President Carter on the big book, his political accomplishments, whether he failed or whether he did some great things. And all the commentators are talking on all the networks, talking about the big book. But to know the man, you got to know the book. To know the man, you got to know the book that made the man. You got to know the fact that he had a young lady in his life by the name of Rachel Clark. Rachel Clark, a black woman who worked on his daddy's farm, walked with him and take him fishing. A black woman who would tell him about the Lord Jesus Christ. A black woman who would tell him what it means to be a man and love your wife. In order to know about Jimmy Carter, you have to know about Bishop William Decker Bonner, an AME bishop who would stand outside his father's farm by the fence and talk to his father about the book so that he can teach those that's working on the farm about the book. And President Carter sat with me one day and he told me, "This bishop taught me about Jesus Christ. I remember when he put us in the car, got the Secret Service together, and he lined them up outside the gate, and he called me on the phone, and he said, 'Tony, where are you?' Jack, I told him I was 10 minutes out. In reality, I was 15 minutes out. He said, 'Hurry up and get here.' I pushed the gas pedal a little harder through Sumter County in Americas. And when I got there, we got in this caravan and we drove to Archery, Georgia. We pulled on from the side of the road to an unmarked grave site. The 39th President Amy was there. The aides are pushing him in a wheelchair, Secret Service behind. I'm scared to death because some of these grave sites look like you can fall right in. Jason, I'm an old city boy. I saw the ant hills and all the things. I was afraid. But he was pushing and saying, "Look, Tony, over here, this is Bishop William Decker Johnson. That's him, made a difference in my life. Over here is a father who fought in World War I. A black man made a difference in this nation. Over here is his son who fought in World War II, who made a difference in this nation." Walking around, I couldn't understand and wrap my mind around why would this man, a southerner from Georgia, take this black man, his pastor, and teach him about the history of them, those that made a difference. It didn't dawn on me, Jason, until I understood that it was all about the fruits of the spirits, about him giving me this passage through the book, because in the book, even black people knew about the Savior. Jimmy Carter wanted to make sure that his pastor knew that they made a difference in his life, and it took him all the way to the White House. Yes, what will our future generation think when they reflect upon our nation today? What will our children think? I often wonder what would the world be like for my 7-year-old daughter. I often wonder what the world would be like after all this celebration is over. Will we pick up the baton? Or will we just clap our hands and take pictures and say we were there, instead of moving it forward, picking up the fruits of the spirits from the book, not the presidential book, but the book that became the foundations of his life, The book that made Jimmy Carter who he is today. The book where he sat here in Sunday school and taught Sunday school, and every time he finished, he challenged us, go out and do something for somebody else. Go build a fence, go cook a cake, do something for somebody else. It breaks my heart to know that my friend is gone, but I hear the echo of his voice every Saturday asking me the 4 questions. Tony, where have you been? What have you done? Who have you helped? And how can I help you help them? You got to understand, George, that sometimes he was weak and struggling. Instead of asking 4 questions, he would just say, where have you been? There was times he would ask, what's going on in Maranatha? Who's sick? Who can I call? Give me their number. And members, some are sitting here today, would get a call from Jimmy Carter. Why? Because reading the book, JC had an encounter with JC. And JC became everything like his God, everything like his Savior. We're here today because of the book. We're here today because what the book did for Jimmy Carter. We're here today, all of us, black, white, brown, others, all around the world. I remember when he told me, Tony, I need you to get the black churches and the white churches in Plain to worship together. Well, President Carter, I'm trying. I can tell him today that he was able to get blacks, white, and browns, and others all around the world to sing Amazing Grace. Let there be peace on earth. I can tell him today, in this book, Why Not Your Best, Admiral Rickover asked him 2 questions. One of the questions were, what rank did you graduate in? And he asked him another question. He said, why not? Did you give your best? Today, I can tell the Admiral that JC gave his best to the world, even in his latter days. Today, all the way to his dying moments. Today, I can tell the Admiral that I saw seamen at every Air Force base we went to with the wind blowing and a seaman holding a flag, and the flag is fully extended, and he's holding the presidential flag, and it's flapping like crazy. He's wearing about $1.50, and every now and then that flag would lift him up, and he would anchor it back down. He would lift him up, and he would anchor it back down. He was freezing, he was cold, but he gave us his best. And then when we get to D.C., there was another seaman holding the flag. Wind was blowing, it was cold. And he was holding this cover falls off, and he's holding it, and he's holding the presidential flag, and he's giving his best. I know we had a lot of ceremonies, and I know we walked down to the Capitol. I know we did all the things, but I would imagine the day that President Carter would have stopped and walked over to those seamen and said, thank you for giving me your best. I imagined the last Sunday when God opened up the doors and said, Jimmy, come on home, that there was an angel in the back ringing the bell 39 times. I imagine that those who've been on a detailed planning his demise, start running because they went before he did. I imagine that some of his friends that helped build the Carter Center come running to the gate because the angel was ringing the bell 39 times. I imagine, and his mom got up and said, I hear the bell, I hear the bell. I imagine his bride start pushing her way to the gate, telling people, move out of my way so I can get some sugar from my Jimmy.
Oh, no.
Before he start building homes up here. You see, all along the way, Jimmy Carter gave us his best. There's something I want to point out to you, because the only way you can see it, you have to stop and look. We got here today when the pallbearers was carrying his body. Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, all along the way, soldiers standing on the post, saluting him as they go by. Washington, D.C., at the Capitol, all of them giving Jimmy Carter their best. I had to look up some of the nation's mottos about our soldiers. The U.S. Army, this will we defend. The U.S. Marine Corps, Semper Fi, always faithful. The U.S. Air Force, aim high, fly, fight, and win. The U.S. Coast Guard, Semper Paratus, always ready. But there's a phrase inscribed above the chapel doors of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis. Non-CB said, Patre I. It's Latin for not self, but country. I imagine that JC knew about that phrase. That every step along the way, when he came back to take over his father's farm, it still rang in his heart. Not self, but for country. That's what every one of our soldiers have done. Every one of the Secret Service detail for 40 plus years, keeping them safe. Not self, but for country. Every one of the A's that extended his life while he was in hospice, not self, but for country. Every worker at the Carter Center, not self, but for country. The challenge of you today, can you embrace that? Can you embrace that and let it be in you? Let it be in you and let it be your motto. Not self, but for country. And when you have that motto, you'll make an impact in the world. Because the fruits of the Spirit would allow you to go to Africa and give somebody clean water to eradicate a disease. Because of the fruit of the Spirit will make you humble and meekness and give you love, joy, and peace. That's who my friend Jimmy Carter was. I'll finish by saying this. Right there, Andrew, where you sitting, on a Sunday morning, President Carter was sitting in a wheelchair over there. He was not teaching Sunday school. Kim was going to teach. A man in the back from Africa with his family came in. He wanted to meet President Carter. I said, well, he's not teaching today, and I doubt if he take any pictures either. He said, but please, 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 sir, can I meet him? I just want to tell him thank you. I walked over to President Carter where he was sitting there in the wheelchair. I said, listen, sir, I don't mean to bother you. We're getting ready for service. But there's a man from Africa that wants to meet you and say thank you. He said, well, bring him on up. Congressman Bishop, we brought him up, and his family trailed him, and he fell right there on one knee. And before his knee hit the ground, tears was bawling down his face. And he looked in President Carter's eyes and he said, I graduated from the University of Michigan. my family is with me. You saved my life and my family's life by helping eradicate the guinea worm. And I just came back to tell you thank you. President Carter leaned over and put his forehead on this man from Africa's forehead. And they both was bawling and crying. He took his arm and put on his shoulder. And they both was comforting each other and crying. I can only imagine the love that President Carter felt, but it reminded me when Jesus said, wasn't there 10 lepers that I healed? But only one came back to say thank you. But you see, to know JC, it wasn't all about the thank you. It was the fact that he made a difference in one person's life. Not self, but country. Not self, but country. Don't let his legacy die. Don't let this nation die. Let faith and hope be our guardrails. God bless you. Let's do the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. The last time President Carter was here in the Navy was in the choir. It was sailors from all over, and there was thousands of people who were watching online, and there was people who had spent time all out in the parking lot sleeping at night before they got here. And he would finish his Sunday school lesson by saying, "Thank you." Caregivers, could you stand, please? Please stand. Dr. Raines, you and the team and the caregivers extended my friend's life. And he is grateful. And today he would say, thank you from the bottom of his heart. And so we acknowledge you for all that you've done for him every day, making life worth living. Thank you. You may be seated. Maranatha, could you please stand? You've kept his legacy, Kim, by teaching Sunday school. You didn't want that burden, but Uncle Jimmy called you, and then you were called by a book, the Sunday school book and the book of Uncle Jimmy. But you answered the call. Maranatha, George, Jan, all of you guys, you've made life pleasant for him here. Bose, all of you guys that kept this place alive. Keep it going. Where have you been? What have you done? Who have you helped? And how can I help you? I love you. Uncle Jimmy would say, thank you, and I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. You can sit down. Just protocol, general in the detail. Curtis, the Carter Center, could you guys all stand, please? The Carter Center, all those that's been playing, all that's been involved in this. Carter Center, Ruth, Polly, Lauren, Beth. Listen, JC would say thank you for all that you guys have done for him. Curtis, thank you. Brother Wise, thank you. And sometimes they gave me your pound cake. General, thank you for the spirit of excellence for our nation, putting our nation on display in the spirit of excellence for the best. I know he would say thank you. And on behalf of the Carter family, all of them, I want to personally say thank you for your leadership. Carter Center, the baton is being passed to you. Jason, the baton is being passed. We need you. Our nation needs you to do more. Thank you for all that you've done and will continue to do on behalf of this great man. You may be seated. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. This is my benediction. To the Carter Center family, I love you. Amy, I love you. Jeff, I love you. Chip, I love you. Becky, thank you so much. Jack, I love you. Elizabeth, I love you guys. Josh, Jamie, all of you guys, I love you. Miss Sybil, I love you. Thank you so much. Miss Mary, thank you for all that you've done for the Carters. Please stand. Thank you, Mary. You are truly family to this family. All the way from the governor's mansion to the White House to back to Plains. You've been the glue in so many cases. And this family loves you, and we say thank you. You see, at the pearly gate, blacks are all at the gate with the whites and the browns and others. At the pearly gate, everybody's there, Miss Mary. And there's no difference. And we thank you. You've been a blessing to this Carter family. If I forget anybody, hold it to my head and not my heart. My wife's trying to tell me something. Park service, please stand. Thank you. Thank you. You have a big task ahead, and the nation is waiting. The nation is waiting to be able to walk onto that compound and visit Miss Rosalind and Jimmy. The nation is waiting to go by that gate where Jimmy Carter picked some wild roses and planted them so that they can bloom every spring, so that when his bride comes out, he can see wild red roses every day. He told me to do it, Chip, but I don't have that type of talent. I just have to buy roses. Thank you. You got a big task, getting everything ready for him. Finish the race. Finish strong. Continue to mantle. And I love you guys, and ain't nothing you can do about it. That being said, we're going to have music by David Osborne with our receptional. And listen, the church know I'm a crying preacher. I've been crying the last 6 days. But these are tears of joy because JC has an encounter with JC.
All right, and we know that funeral services there, the final funeral service just wrapped up for former President Jimmy Carter. They have now left Maranatha Baptist Church, and they are heading now to the Carter residence, the Carter compound, if you will, for that private interment that's going to take place there. And we see now that motorcade coming through Plains.
People are still there.
Yeah, still there, braving the cold.
I was looking, you know, because it's dark now.
Yeah, yeah.
But they are still there as the president, former president, takes his last ride through Plains. This after a beautiful service at Maranatha, and I'm you know, jotting down little quotations from Tony Loudon, a beautiful eulogy.
Beautiful.
Don't let his legacy die. He gave his all. He gave his best, and I love, you know, from public housing in Plains to public housing in the White House. And I don't think we thought about it that way, but it is public housing. There you are. And we need peace.
Yes.
That's the, you know, the message of peace. But you could tell, I mean, it was an emotionally charged eulogy, because he said that this one was probably going to be more, a little tougher than the one for Rosalynn, but they were very much connected. And the moment Amy Carter went back several rows after Mary Prince had been acknowledged, and embraced her and brought her up there on the front row with the family.
So many emotional moments.
Yes.
I think that would probably top it for me. Just seeing, like you were saying, her embrace Mary. We was talking about it. You know, they go way back. You know, to
before Amy was born.
Before Amy was born, and that was just really a tear-jerking moment. Two words that also stuck out to me was faith and hope. You know, not letting the Carter legacy die, you know, not letting our country die, but holding on and letting hope and faith be our guardrails.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah,
if
indeed.
We can just
hold on.
Just hold on and
hold
do that,
on.
right? And make it, you know, I was thinking about everything we have and probably repeated throughout the week, his accomplishments. And somebody sent me a message, and they're here in Georgia, and they wanted, along with him being the rock and roll president, but, and of course the environmentalists and preservation and all of that, they wanted people, viewers, to be reminded that Carter established the state's film commission back in 1973. He laid the foundation for what we have here in the state in terms of our film business, movie business, the first of its kind nationally outside of California.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's just one more thing that James Earl Carter Jr. Did. Well done, sir. Well done.
Well done indeed. And I know that, you know, this is kind of coming to an end and covering the Carters, but not necessarily. I'm sure days, weeks, months, even years to come, there are going to be more stories to come out. Of course, we know here in the summertime, sometime around the summer, I should say, we're expecting the Carter compound to become a part of the historic national parks. And so we're going to continue on his legacy. We're going to continue to tell those stories of the former president. Right now, they are heading through downtown Plains, as you saw those live images. Hopefully, we're able to get some live images maybe at the Carter residence of that private interment that's going to happen there. We won't have any audio. I did read that. We won't have any audio, but here's the thing about this, though. We've been talking about how.
Before you do that, before we could see them coming down, you know, with the motorcycles, we were wondering whether or not the Carter family would get out.
And it looks like they are doing
getting
it.
out.
They are getting out.
And they are walking, even though it is dark.
Yeah.
Because of the darkness, we were concerned. You know, we didn't know if they were just going to go straight to the compound or not. But I believe that they have paused there, and they are getting out of the vans, and they are walking through the streets. Again, that was a part of the instruction.
Yeah,
you know,
it
from
was.
both the Rosalynn and from Jimmy. And so they seem to be doing just that.
And of course, it is dark, but just to give you a little pinpointing of where they are, this is at the driveway entrance of Plains High School. Just before to come out, the family, they're getting out to walk behind the motorcade to the site of the internment that's going to be at the Carter's residence. And speaking to that internment that's going to happen there, it is going to be private, but again, hoping we could probably get some live images up. If not, that's okay. But just to give you a synopsis of what's going to take place, but before that, Jimmy Carter, of course, we know he had his hand in planning this. Rosalind Carter had her hand in planning this. The one thing that he was most adamant about was that his burial would occur the same day his service in Washington, D.C. So that's why we're seeing so much traveling, of course, him leaving the rotunda, the Capitol, heading to the National Cathedral, heading from Washington to Fort Moore, then from Fort Moore to Plains, because the president wanted all these things to happen this day and this way. And for his story to be told how he wanted to be told. This is how he wanted to be remembered. Invited guests will be the Carter immediate family, personal staff, caregivers, hospice nurse, the internment, and his personal physician. Of course, during that service at the end there towards the benediction, of course, Pastor Loudon thanking the caregivers, thanking the physicians, and Dr. Raines, who is Mr. Carter's personal physician, and also thanking all those who played a part in Mr. Carter's life.
Representatives from the Carter Center.
Yeah. The national parks.
The national parks. And the Maranatha Baptist Church.
Yeah.
He had them just
Kim
stand
Fuller.
and be recognized, and she is carrying the torch now for Sunday school. And so there was a little bit of a disclosure there that I don't think she necessarily wanted to carry that torch, but as Pastor Loudon said,
Jimmy
what have you done?
Yeah.
What are you doing for others?
Yeah.
You go down that, and she has answered those
call.
questions, and she is carrying on that torch.
Those 4 questions there also stuck with me when Pastor Loudon would go visit Mr. Carter every Saturday. Where have you been? What have you done? Who have you helped? How can I help you help them?
He was still trying to help.
Still, even though he was ill and sick, he was still, caring and concerned about the people. That's something that Miss Louise Primrose, who attended one of Mr. Carter's Sunday school teachings, she said that yesterday. He was concerned about the people. And there, that procession is continuing now, passing Plains High School, getting ready to proceed to downtown Plains. The family there, braving the cold, along with all those who are in attendance.
The sun is set.
It's set. Indeed.
But may I be honest? I don't know. This is beautiful. This is beautiful.
Let's go ahead and toss to Ashanti and Madison. I believe they are passing right by Madison, the family, right now. Guys, what are you seeing now?
So right now, Quinlan, we actually see the casket, the final walkthrough of the former president. If you take a look, you can actually see him being escorted by military personnel. I believe it's just his final walkthrough through the city here of Plains. We also see the family right there. I'll go ahead and get behind so you can definitely see that. But look, his family has come out, just like you guys said. They braved the cold because the temperature definitely did drop, and we were concerned if they were going to do it, but it was one of Mr. Carter's final wishes. So just to see them come out and just be normal people all over again, just to walk these streets just like how President Carter did, is actually incredible. And like I said, it's definitely cold out there, so to see them getting out and walking through the streets of Plains, through downtown Plains in this cold is incredible to witness.
You could see the family was visibly emotional here as they're bringing the former president back home one last time from the church he loved so much, the church he taught Sunday school at. This is just an amazing moment, a moment in Plains we'll never forget, a moment Southwest Georgia will never forget. And I just know that this will be something that I personally carry with me for the rest of my life. It's just, the silence is something that really stands out. It's something I've never, never heard. It's surreal how moving it is.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Madison. The silence is actually speaking volumes about just how the Carters were and the honor and respect that they are getting here in the city of Plains. Again, the atmosphere has shifted once again. You know, when everybody went into the church service, it was a little bit more cheery. People were starting to share their memories, why they decided to come to the city of Plains. And so to hear the atmosphere, as you would say, the silence is speaking, but to hear the atmosphere or to see the atmosphere or even to feel the atmosphere shift again to one of honor and commemoration and silence for the late president as he's making his final journey one last time through the city of Plains. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to see that. And it's a joy to celebrate his life with the residents of Plains and also the people of the United States.
What's just incredible and how moving this is, you know, who would have ever thought a president from a town of came from a town of less than 600 people would start his funeral here, would end his funeral here, and this is where his career started. He's passing where he launched his presidential campaign, literally right across the street from where we are, where he became the chairman of the Sumter County School Board, where he launched his bid for the governorship. This all happened in the town of Plains. He was born right down the road, and he is returning home next to the love of his life for 77 years, which he met just down the road. Well, she was born here, but that he first asked her out at the Methodist Church, which is just right down. This is where home is for him. Home is where the heart is, and it will also be forever where the 39th president of the United States will be.
And one thing that Quinlan said earlier, when you speak about the former president, you cannot not speak about the former First Lady Rosalind Carter, because I mean their contributions together was just incredible. And we got a chance to speak with the Carter Center, you know, while everybody was inside the funeral service. Some of their representatives were out there, and I asked the question, so what's next? What's going to happen next for the Carter Center now that Jimmy has passed? And he said, well, it's not really about what's next. It's what we're going to continue doing, and we're going to continue that legacy. We're going to continue fighting guinea worm disease. They also have other eye disease, like eye diseases that cause you not to see, that they're going to continue fighting. They're basically going to continue the work that Jimmy has started. They're going to continue the work what the Carter Center stands for. So it's just, I think the next couple of years we're going to see his legacy being continued out.
More of the work is just getting started now.
Pretty much, yes.
Well, I do want to tell a quick story though, because it's the love story of Rosalind and Jimmy. You know, obviously, we've talked about it all week, not obviously, excuse me, but Jimmy saw Rosalind when she was born. Jimmy's mother delivered Rosalind, and they grew up together. They grew up right down the street. But here's the funny thing. So Rosalind was really good friends with Jimmy's younger sister, Ruth. And Rosalind thought Jimmy was cute, and they tried to get them together, but Jimmy liked people that were around his age because Jimmy was 3 years older. But long story short, he's back home. He's about to go back to the Naval Academy for his senior year, and he had an option. He was looking for a blind date for one night, and Ruth was seeing someone, and they get in the car. They're looking for someone to go to a movie with. Who do they just happen to drive by and stumble across in front of the Methodist Church? Rosalind just happened to be there. The love story of the ages started here in Plains, and it's also going to continue forever. And again, I mentioned this earlier, Ashanti. His final contribution, I think, to the city of Plains is him right now. It's happening right now. It's him being buried home.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, you know, every time that they left Plains, they came right back, and this is just another example of that. And then even when you said like their meeting, when he said, the minute that I saw her, I knew that she was going to be my wife. Like, yes, okay, that definitely speaks to divine connections. And I've been dealing with divine connections all week. You never want to take for granted the people that you meet. You never want to take for granted the people who you come in contact with, because one of them could be the love of your life, and you could have a Jimmy and Rosalind story where you are married for 77 years, where you take your vows so seriously till you are together, till death do you part. And I mean, their love story is just one that's incredible. And then we don't want to take for granted the work that she did too. Like, she is a big advocate for mental health within the Carter Center, and so it just shows like he had a purpose. She helped him serve his purpose. He equipped her to be able to serve her purpose, and they came together and they just made a legacy for generations.
Well, she was his biggest asset.
Of course, and that's how it should be.
Absolutely. And I do want to just take a minute here, you could just feel the respect.
Yes.
That is felt for the former president in his hometown. You could have heard a needle drop, a pin drop.
Literally, yes. And it just speaks to the honor that they have for the former president, the honor that they have for the former first lady. And like I said earlier, it's a great day to be a Plains resident. It's a great day to be a resident from South Georgia. And it's a great day to be a Georgia native. And then it's a great day just to be a person who came in contact with the work of former President Jimmy Carter.
We've all been touched by the work of former President Jimmy Carter.
Yes.
And we will continue to be touched by the work of former President Jimmy Carter throughout our lifetime.
Yes, so one last time, we just want to say thank you so much, former President Carter, for all of your work, all of your hard work, all of your service, everything that you have given to the state of Georgia and to the world. And thank you so much, former First Lady Rosalind, for your support over the years, for loving him till death, and for all your work that you did within the Carter Center and outside of the White House and inside the White House. We just thank you guys so much for everything. And thank you to the Carter family for sharing your parents with us. We definitely are so grateful just to have been a part of their legacy.
Thank you to the Carter family for having your heart where your home was. We really appreciate it. And thank you to you, the viewer out there, for letting us take you through this historical moment here with you.
Yeah, so we're out in Plains and everything here is wrapping up now. People are starting to leave, so we just want to say thank you guys so much. Quinlan and Carla, it's definitely incredible to be out here. Thank you for allowing us to help share that story as well.
We thank you all for braving the cold as well to be out there to bring our viewers the best comprehensive coverage. Again, live images still being seen as the family here walks behind the hearse of former President Jimmy Carter on the way to the Carter residence, where they will lay him to rest one final time. Something here Ashanti and Madison were saying, this is something that the former president wanted.
Yes.
He wanted this, and you know, I go back to think about the work with Mercer and building the clinic.
Yes.
When he wants something done, he gets it done. And I think they know that. Well, not I think, I know they know that. And so that's why I'm sure they braved the cold and they said, let's do this for Dad.
And President Underwood saying that he was very insistent, you know, where is my clinic? And because of President Carter's insistence about having health care, rural, he didn't forget about rural Georgia, regardless of where he went in the world. Again, his hard work still, you know, he paid attention to what was going on in smaller communities. And so they have health care there, and they are also serving other communities as well. But he was very, and one of the things I've learned, I'm saying this week, I was speaking with somebody who had the opportunity to be in a meeting with him.
Okay.
And when a presentation was made, that person told me that he was one of the people in that room who would be, not in a negative or a mean way, but just peppering questions. He wanted answers. He wanted to know how something was going to work. And that person said, you know, at first it was a little intimidating, but she realized that it was not, you know, in a mean-spirited way. He wanted questions answered about the presentation that was just made, and then, you know, they went on from there.
I think that's what makes a great leader.
You get the details.
You want someone that will stand up and say, okay, I need
what about
this?
What about this?
Going back to those 4 questions that he would ask Pastor Loudon every Saturday, you know. So just a remarkable man with a great legacy that will continue to live on. And of course, we see here the family continuing to make their way down to the Carter home for that private interment.
And again, after the interment, I believe the bugle playing day is done. Will be, I don't know if we will be able to hear it, as you said, because we may not have audio from.
If we can get that shot, hopefully we can. But there is going to taps, and then they are going to present the family or do the presentation of the flag, and I think all of the children will get a flag. If I'm not mistaken, I think I read that somewhere where the children will get, all of his children will receive a flag. And with the presentation of the flag comes the words, quote, On behalf of the President of the United States and a grateful nation, please accept this flag as a symbol of our appreciation for your loved one's honorable and faithful service.
And again, this summer, sometime this summer, all of us will have the opportunity to visit Jimmy and Rosalind on their property to pay respects. And I'm just, this would be a wonderful, I know some schools have cut back on field trips, but I'm just thinking about taking young people, taking students to Plains, Georgia, to this site, come fall, so that they can see where, well, he was a former president, and he was from Plains, Georgia,
Indeed, I think everyone should take advantage of it, particularly the youth, those who are coming up now who may have not known much about Jimmy Carter, getting to know the artifacts, getting to know his background, his humble beginnings, knowing where he's come from, because that can really serve as an inspiration, you never know, to our future. The children are our future, so we have future presidents, we have future governors, even if it's not going to the national or state level, hey, even serving on your school board, just making some type of difference.
Well, even let's go back. Young people in school, when there are opportunities to serve on student council, or serve in what is the FHA and all of those organizations, leadership begins. It can begin at younger ages. Sometimes it is a little bit later in life, but it's a good training ground to encourage your children to participate.
Indeed.
Again, the scene, I say, is more dramatic because of the darkness. I was worried about it because, again, you're always concerned about security and things like that these days. And it's cold out there.
It is. You can see even
the breath. Yes, you can see the breath. But it's more touching, I think, with that contrast, the darkness and the lights and the American flag, and of course you see the family coming.
And we think about today and how the events kind of got pushed back, the schedule got pushed back. I'm a firm believer in everything happens for a reason, and so it could just be for this monumental moment here, the dramatics of it. I think it really speaks to former President Carter really speaking through this moment now. And
look at that. They're standing at attention.
Done that through his life, through even his death. We were talking, and we heard Pastor Loudon talk about it. I believe it was the seamen who were there holding the flags. It was very windy there in Washington. Almost,
they were rocking.
They were planted, but they were rocking because of the wind. And he mentioned that if President Carter were here, he would have stopped and walked over and thanked those seamen. It looks like now the motorcade and the hearse there, along with the family, they are walking into the Carter compound, the entrance there of the Carter compound. And if we're able to get a live image there again inside, okay, for now, right now, this is, I think, as close as we're going to get. But if a live image does come up, of course, we'll bring that to you. But right now, you can see that they are getting ready to go in. They're going in for that private interment again.
One last thing in terms of this being Southwest Georgia, and I mentioned it to you right after the funeral service at Maranatha, that presidential seal. Because I've seen it on national TV, in other places, as I mentioned earlier, California, I guess Texas, or other locations where former presidents have been buried and have been in a hearse. Then they've had the presidential seal. That presidential seal here in Plains, Georgia, onto the Carter's property, their compound.
And I don't think they have too much farther to go, because I heard someone say that from their house, you could just literally walk out on the front porch and you could see Rosalind's headstone. So there in the front yard. So just looking there, not thinking they have too much farther to go from the actual burial site.
It has been a day. a wonderful day, a wonderful cold day, a beautiful
Indeed.
day celebrating the life of a beautiful soul. And you know, again, we've included Rosalind, even though we, you know, buried her, the year before last in November. But again, they were a team, so we could not forget her today as well. But this was a former president, the 39th president of the United States, former governor of Georgia, former state senator, and former school board chair, coming back home, and the spotlight, the country's, you know, attention being given to this small Southwest Georgia town today as the nation's 39th president returned home for the final time.
All of the ceremonies, all of the services, all of the everything.
The pomp and the circumstance.
Yes, indeed.
But you know what struck me with all of that at Maranatha? It was like a small town, you know, country church where when Loudon was recognizing various people, and that happens in small town churches all the time, maybe even some larger ones, but his wife had to remind him, you know, about somebody. He said, I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. And there it was, just natural, you know, who is it? My wife is trying to tell me something, you know, and she reminds him, and he needed to have recognized them.
That reminds me of my small church. We're small in size, but mega in the ministry. But, you know, I really love small, intimate churches because you can point out and look at everybody and say, oh, that's so-and-so, so-and-so,
that sister or brother or whatever.
Yes. And so that's that same feeling. It kind of took me back to a Sunday morning church service here at my home church.
Very much so. But that was not lost on me, that from the pulpit, you know, here you are being televised nationally. He was like, I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. My wife is trying to tell me something. And she reminded him. But that goes to show, with all that pomp and circumstance and formality that we've witnessed throughout the day, when we got back home,
when we
you know,
get home.
And I'm not saying that wasn't real, because that was real, but it was real. It was like, hey, this is Jimmy's church.
Genuine.
Yes.
Real, yes, indeed. This private internment is going to happen at the Carter's residence. Of course, we know the flyover already happened here prior to the service. There's going to be music honors for ruffles and flourishes and the national anthem. Then Rock of Ages by the U.S. Army's Maneuver Center of Excellence Band out of Fort Morris played as remains are carried to the interment site, followed by the family. There's going to be a prayer by Pastor Tony Loudon, the personal pastor who we heard there eulogize former President Jimmy Carter, remarks and reminiscence, there it is, by Jack Carter, Chip Carter, Jeff, and Amy. And, you know, of course, hence why this is going to be a private ceremony, very intimate with just the family. Why if we do get that live feed, there won't be any audio, because this, again, is for, of course, the family. There's going to be a military vocalist singing Amazing Grace. Then they'll have the committal by Pastor Loudon, a 21-gun salute, the benediction, and then the firing of 3 volleys, taps by Navy Bolger, and then folding the flag. That's going to be by the U.S. Army's Maneuver Center of Excellence Band. They're going to be playing Eternal Father, Strong to Save.
I am remembering something I believe both Ashanti and Madison mentioned earlier about, you know, we come in to the station every day and we do our jobs, or this is our career. And if you would have told me, I've been in this business, what, 35 years now? And if you would have told me that this day would have been a part of my career too, that's not lost on me. You know, again, God has you where you need to be, and I'm sure that you're feeling the same thing. Yes. I truly feel honored. You know, I got a little emotional earlier. I'm better now. But when I think about this and the scope of everything that we do, Who would have ever imagined that we would be here covering the funeral of the former president of the United States? That was not ever on the job description. No. Like, well, one day you're going to do that, you know. But it's a blessing, and I've gotten some messages. Somebody, and I'm going to pass it on to the newsroom. But just know that it has been an honor for us to have you along with us as we celebrate this 39th President of the United States, this Southwest Georgia young man who has grown and just done so much for the world.
Yeah, indeed. If I'm not mistaken, and it kind of helped me here, I'm trying to put two and two together.
Okay.
So, of course, we know Mr. Carter was at the Carter Center on last Saturday, then moved to the Capitol and the Rotunda, and then Washington National Cathedral, and then back here. Each of the 4 children will be presented with a flag used during the week. So I'm not sure if they used a different flag for each.
That may have been the case.
Okay,
that
that's what I was thinking.
Very well be the case.
So it is there when they do the presentation of the flag, folding the flag. Each of the 4 children will be presented with a flag used during this week.
Very good.
Very sentimental, indeed.
Well, I believe, are we going to have that possibility, or in terms of going back to? We will not. So.
Well,
we have a bear with us, everybody, because we're still trying to find out.
The family getting in there, and the different media organizations that are helping us. There it is. We are inside of the Carter residence.
Breathtaking.
Beautiful, beautiful indeed. Feel the emotions now, kind of settling in there.
I will be honest. I've never seen the inside.
Never.
So is that a pond? I believe is that a pond?
Beautiful tree.
Oh, and the reflection.
And it looks like maybe that tent over there is where
the family. Oh, well, the burial.
The burial is going to be over there.
Yes.
Yep. Wow. Just beautiful, wasn't it? You know, I wish they would have warned me with that, because that was just very breathtaking.
It was
indeed. So we're going to stick with you. We've been with you all week, all day. And so we're not going to stop here. We're going to continue, even though it may be silent. I will let you know this. Although that we won't be able to hear any of the actual interment, there will be music provided. So there will be some sound on the back of this. But again, this is going to be a very intimate moment with the Carter family as they say their final goodbye.
And again, we are appreciative that they are allowing us to share this day and everything that has happened over this last week with you here in Southwest Georgia. But again, Quinlan, when that shot came up, it's absolutely beautiful. Wow, and that tree, the reflection in the pond. He loved to fish. I don't know if there were any fish in that pond, but I know we mentioned, or maybe they talked about it at the in Washington this morning, that he loved to boat.
I think Pastor Loudon kind of mentioned it as well with Rachel Clark, who gave, who he mentioned and talked about there. So indeed, Mr. Carter did like to fish. So like I said, don't know if any fish is in the pond, but that's a very beautiful.
It's a beautiful scene. Beautiful. And just to recap, we keep referring to, earlier today in Washington, the speakers in D.C. included a 92-year-old ambassador, Andrew Young. So I'm just thinking about all these people and the ages that they are and what they've lived through, So he was there, and he was appointed ambassador to the UN by Jimmy Carter. We had the grandsons of Jimmy and Rosalind speak. We had Gerald Ford's son speak. And again, that's another example of just the love for human. We may have differences, but Carter defeated Gerald Ford, and it was a tough election, but in the end, they became the best of friends. Also, and by the way, I believe Walter Mondale, his son, who was Carter's VP. Walter Mondale was Carter's VP, is what I'm trying to say. But those eulogies that were given by those sons were actually written by Gerald Ford and by Walter Mondale. So those are just their feelings about their relationship with the Carters. And then, of course, President Biden, and they were friends. They go, hey, as they say, they go way back.
Way back.
Right? So he also shared his love for Jimmy Carter.
Well, if you're just now joining us here, time now is 7:18. You're taking a live look inside of the Carter compound, as we call it, in Plains, Georgia, as they prepare for the private interment that's happening there on the grounds of the Carter residence. Do want to let you know that this is very intimate. It's going to be private, a moment for the family. There won't be any audio of the remarks, but we do know guests include the immediate family, Carter family, personal staff, caregivers, hospice nurse, and the personal physician, Dr. Michael Raines and his wife. Music will be offered by the Maneuver Center of Excellence Band, Fort Moore, Georgia, a military vocalist, and a Navy boger. Also want to let you know, after that interment ends, attendees will have the opportunity to place a white rose on the casket as they exit. And then after the interment is complete, a floral arrangement made of flowers left at tribute sites and sent to the family will be placed in front of the headstone, acknowledging the love and support of the American people.
And that bugler you mentioned will play taps. And
yes.
You know, if you're a scout, all of the scouts out there, you know, and military, of course, but at the end of the day, day is done, go to the sun, you know, and so we'll hear that a little bit, probably at the very end of this evening's interment. Again, we are in the darkness of this day because of really things being pushed back a little bit earlier in the day in Washington, D.C. But I'm thinking that whoever was flying, what was it, the Special
Air Mission 39,
39 and then whoever was leading the drive, the motorcade from Fort Moore, probably, you know, kind of helped to make up some of that time.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure there were some messages exchanged saying, hey, okay, I know we're behind time, but we've got somewhere to be, and they surely got there. And now a lot of people may be wondering, well, why all of this traveling? Why all of this in one day? This is what Mr. Carter wanted. We know that he was going to have that national service in Washington at the Washington National Cathedral, but he wanted to make sure that his burial was the same day that they had the service there at the cathedral.
And one other thing I think which makes his service unique, again, we've mentioned this several times, most, I believe, and I've got to go back and confirm with research, but most presidents are buried at their library. So he would have probably, had the service in Washington and then come back to if
Atlanta.
he had, at the Atlanta, at the Carter Center. But he wanted to come home to Plains.
And honestly, it sounds like, and he said it, he wanted to, do this for his hometown. He wanted to have the opportunity for them to give their final goodbye, for them to see him off. And so it sounded like, he was almost saying, I owe it to my hometown. I owe it to come back, just like he did after his term in the White House. He came back home to Plains, Georgia, and just resided here. He wasn't President Carter. People didn't come by and hold a salute. That's just Jimmy.
And the thing about it is that they supported him in all of his endeavors, all of his runs. It all started in Plains, and the first time it went to Atlanta and for Senate. And the next time they supported him, and he went to Atlanta again as the governor. And then the next time, hey, Washington, D.C., in public housing there in the White House. So Plains has been there for him, and he's been there for Plains. And as you say, he is just wanting to pay it back to show them how much that community meant to him. Means to him, yes.
He was just Jimmy, the neighbor. You know, we were talking with Cameron Carter Hebert, who works at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, the great niece of Jimmy Carter.
Yes.
And she, I think, described in one interview just saying, you know, if you could just go over to Jimmy Carter's house, say, I need a cup of sugar. And that's just how down to earth he was.
And based on what Jason said today, he may have opened the door with some 70s short shorts and some Crocs. Now, again, I can't forget that image.
No.
I want to know what color. You know, were they the 70s orange and yellow, and what color Crocs did he have?
I know.
You know,
I'm a
just
lover
saying.
of Crocs.
Oh, okay.
I love my
you
Crocs.
You do love your Crocs. Yes, you do. But I mean, just that image when you talk about he's just the neighbor.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So come on in, get you a cup of sugar. You need some eggs too, you know?
Another funny story Jason told earlier was when his grandfather got his first cell phone.
Oh, yeah.
And he got a call, and it was from Papa. And so he answered, and he said, hello? And Jimmy said, who is this? He said, it's your grandson, Jason. He said, you called me. He said, no, I didn't call you. He said, I'm trying to take a picture.
Okay, so he was learning that, and then he ended it by saying, and he is the engineer.
Yeah,
you know, he was learning the technology and everything. But he sounds, I know one story that I thought about today with Rosalind that Jason also shared, I believe, in Atlanta at her services, that when they were on Delta Airlines, and the reason that came to mind was because of the beautiful soloist, the longtime Delta flight attendant Phyllis Adams, who sang Amazing Grace in Washington at the National Cathedral. But I remember the story that Jason told about Rosalind making pimento cheese sandwiches and bringing them on the plane and distributing them to anybody who wanted some, you know, in their area.
Yeah.
So, and he was like, I don't know why she did that, but you know, she made those pimento cheese sandwiches, and I don't know if she put them in the brown bags or how she, you know, carried them onto the flight. But that when we talked about Delta, and he would always fly Delta, I guess with the exception of when he was president, you know, but he would go up and down the aisles of greeting people and just shaking hands and all of that.
So we're going to stay with you for a little while longer. We're going to go back to regular scheduled programming here in just a few moments. But again, just as the title says, we're just remembering Jimmy Carter, reflecting back on his life, his years of service, the compassionate man he was, the legacy that he's leaving behind, and of course that will be carried on by his family, the Carter Center, so many things that he was connected to. Of course, we know that Mr. Carter will be remembered.
And the parks service,
and
Tony Loudon, who delivered the eulogy, you know, sort of in a humorous way, just sort of reminded them, hey, you've got something to do. You got to get them ready so that the world can come and visit with Jimmy and Rosalind. So that is supposed to take place over the next several months. And then sometime this summer, I believe, the grounds will be opened, and we all will be able to go and visit and see the former president and former first lady from Southwest Georgia, from Plains, who will be bringing the world to that area.
Well, to an end, it's been an eventful week. It's been an extremely long day, but it was very much well worth it. Being able to see all of the ceremonies and celebrations and services that have taken place, it was truly amazing.
I'm wanting to. We are going to hear the 21-gun salute, so we will be able to hear it.
Okay.
Okay. So bear with us, everybody. We are trying to. We're kind of just. We're not sure about exactly what we'll be able to hear, but we're hearing that we may be able to hear the 21-gun salute.
We will be able to hear the 21-gun salute,
or at least see
it
take place.
Image there, and that is going to happen once they do the committal. And so that is the cannon fired at 5-second intervals. And so I believe they're also going to have some music playing, and that's going to be from the...
There was a band that I think that you mentioned.
Yes, the Maneuver Center of Excellence Band of Fort Moore, Georgia. They're going to play the national anthem. And then Rock of Ages.
What I also am remembering when we found out about the flyover, that team came, they're stationed in
Virginia.
But
they
Norfolk.
They were in
Jacksonville for
stationed
this.
for
and then
the
this,
flyover.
of course, they landed at Fort Moore, and then this band is coming from
Fort Moore.
Fort Moore as
Yep,
well.
Yep.
So
All right, let's listen in here. All right, and you were watching there a very powerful, very intimate moment there as they did the interment there for former President Jimmy Carter.
And of course, we were not sure we were going to have access to all of that. So we were in awe, excuse me, just as you were. And I know you're going to go over they presented flags from throughout the day, actually, to family members.
Yeah, each of the 4 children you saw there in that final moment, they were presented with the flag used during the week.
Okay, during the week. And before we leave, I'd like to share this because both of our mouths just dropped when we saw the beauty of that compound tonight. And a viewer called in, and this is, I think, the perfect ending to this day. She said that the picture of Carter's, or from Carter's interment, reminds her of Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I have all that I need. He lets me rest in green meadows. He leads me beside peaceful streams. He renews my strength. She's from Nashville, Georgia. You know who you are. Thank you so much for sending that to us. But it is the absolute perfect scripture to end this day.
Thank you so much for sticking with us throughout this week. And of course, we will continue to remember and honor the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter. We now return you to regular scheduled programming. Have a great night.